Good evening. Hello, Black Bean. Sorry, I was eating a donut real quick. And then I had to go get myself water. My mother-in-law brought home donuts for Father's Day, and I was like, don't mind if I do. How are we? How are we doing today, gang? Showtime. Hydration is important. And I started stream and then was like, oops, I forgot to grab water. I'm also waiting for that first ad to go off, so I'm waiting for that before we get started, because I'd hate to get started and then, you know, like, I'd hate to get started and then the ad pops up and it's like, oh. Oof. Hi, third word. Speak of the devil and it shall appear. Hell yeah. Why are you always doing bad? What happened? I'm not saying you're the devil, third word. I was talking about the ads. I was talking about the ad. But I'm doing good. I have a little bit of a migraine today. And stream's gonna be... I'm starting stream early today, like an hour earlier than normal. Because I have to finish packing, because we leave tomorrow morning. And it's like a 12-hour drive. Sorry, Merlin's in here with me. And I'm not used to it. But yeah, so it's like a 12-hour drive. So we leave at like 10, and then we won't get to where we need to be until like 10 p.m. Hi guys! Thank you so much for the hydrate. I'm actually drinking water today. I packed all of Bunny's stuff last night, so she's all taken care of. Now I have to pack all of me and Gore's stuff, and then Gore's insisting on us bringing our Roku so that we can watch House of the Dragon once we make it to our Airbnb. He refuses to just see if they have their own Roku, so he's like, I'm packing the Roku and I'm packing the Switches so all the kids can play Super Mario, and I'm like, okay. So, Gore's got to pack all that, but me, myself, and I am packing all of the important things like clothes, swimsuits, underwear, diapers, wipes, sunscreen, towels, you know, all of the important things. But I finished all my laundry last night, so I can actually just sit and pack, which is good. So I'll probably finish Bridgerton after stream is over and just sit and pack and watch Bridgerton. We also want to watch The Boys, so... I don't think we're going to be able to watch The Boys, though, because our Amazon account is only connected to... Well, it's only connected to our, like, television, because we have, like, a smart TV. But, like, his parents, who are the people who own the Amazon account, are coming with us, so I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll figure it out. By the way, this is going to be a mod-free stream for a little bit. So third word, you're getting promoted. Because I don't have any mods right now, because Gore is out for the night. Or at least for now. The music's a bit loud. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I forgot to turn it back down. I'm so happy I've met you. Oh, I'm so happy I've met you too. So yeah, third word is getting a bit of a raise. Only because Gore isn't here, but third word's always here. Don't time out, Siri. Don't do that. All right, you're losing your promotion. How'd you lose your promotion so quick? How did you lose your promotion so fast? I swear to God. Here, you can have the VIP role, though. There you go. Enjoy your nice little VIP. You're the only VIP I have. I should make a redeem where y'all can get VIP. How much should I make that? Like 100,000? Hold on, I'm gonna make a new role. so that y'all can, I'm happy for every minute you stream earlier. I am too, honestly. I miss streaming earlier. It's just not always, like, plausible for me. Alright, we're adding a new channel point.
Twitch was trying to kill me. I've had 5 ads 5 times back to back.
Jesus Christ. 5 ads. That's fucking ridiculous. I am so sorry. But thank you so much for the 2-month sub. I really do appreciate it. Bezo bucks, Bezo bucks, Bezo bucks. All right, there we go. Now you guys can pay for VIP. Third Word has it just to make it easier for me to give him mod status if need be. Dream Element lies, it's not in a row. It's not, but it's okay. I'm not picky. I'm not picky about it being in a row. So, it's okay. You also got the 2-month paw, so you did get the 2-month paw, so I guess it counts. I don't know. We're gonna have new have new sub badges here soon too, so keep an eye out for that, babes. Okay, I need to get the game booted up real quick. So it might get a little loud as I adjust the game levels, the game audio levels with everything else. Yeah, the paw's a placeholder. We have new badges that y'all will get to see for 2.0 because they don't make sense to have right now. They're based heavy off my 2.0 design, so they don't make sense for me to add them right now. But you'll get them then. So look forward to that. I'm mostly gonna take my medicine because I forgot to take my medicine. Ooh, it's gonna get hot in here, Merlin. Are you sure you want to be in here? Oh. All right, so I have to learn how to do multiplayer. So we got to figure that one out together, gang. So because I want to help other people beat Mog before the DLC comes out, because I've already beat him. I beat the game, at least with one of the endings. So I block your summon sign in worlds with adversaries present. Oh, okay. Okay, so block your summon sign in worlds with oh, I'm already online. Okay, so I've been playing online. Good to know. All right. Okay, let's see where I'm at. Only 30%. Yeah, it's gone up to 40. It's gone up to 40 for sure. But I would like to be able to help more. Oh shit, am I in New Game Plus? Fuck. Uh-oh. It's okay if I'm in New Game Plus, I think. Hold on. I think it's okay if I'm in New Game Plus. I was really hoping I wasn't. Because I remember opening it to see what that would look like, but I was really hoping that it would be pre me beating the Elden Beast, but that does not seem to be the case. It does not say. Okay. It's alright, I think it's okay. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh fuck me, gang. How am I? Not great. Because I've just discovered that we are in New Game Plus, which I did not want to be. And that means I'm going to have to unlock everything all over again. And beat all of the bosses all over again. And that was not what I wanted to do! Ah, fuck me, man. Alright, well then, I guess we gotta work our way back. I was just taking a look at your wish list. Oh, thank you. It needs to be updated for sure. This is not ideal. Ugh. Oh, fuck me. Oh, this is not ideal. Good night, Black Bean. Thank you so much for stopping by. Godspeed. Yeah, Godspeed indeed. This was not at all what I was hoping was going to be the case. This is the worst. I forgot about that. Oh, God. It's fine. Oh, boy. Oh, the OG character never even made it past the first boss. I never even, like, entered into the first boss, unfortunately. I was being a little shithead. This is the worst. I didn't mean to start New Game Plus. It's fine. It's fine. It just wasn't my intention. So that means we're just gonna have to go catch up. Which again, bummer. Not the end of the world, however. It just kind of sucks a little bit. But hey, that means I get to do Radon again, so that'll be fun. And luckily I start everything with, everything I had from last game, essentially. So it could definitely be worse. We're just gonna have to remember how to get around. Hi, Jazz Dad, how are you? It's just been a long as shit time. So... it's going pretty good, honestly. I'm a little bummed. I was planning on helping people beat Mog, but I totally forgot about the fact that I had just started New Game Plus right after I beat this game the first time around. So I feel a little bit like a dummy. Sir, can you chill the fuck out? Sit, sit. Oh my god! Oh fuck, Amber Alert. Go away. Yeah, this church absolutely can fall apart. And, it's a bad time! Awesome VTuber model. Oh, thank you so much! I adore my model, honestly. It makes me so happy. So I'm so glad when people like it. I'm actually getting an upgrade to the model here this fall. Well, it's in the works right now. I'll probably debut it this fall. But I'm super excited for it. Oh, hey, can I have that? Thanks. Oh, I feel like such an idiot. I didn't mean to start New Game Plus. My hope was that I could just go... my hope was that my last save was before I beat the Elden Beast, so that I could just go back, but... Leave it to good old Peachy to cuck herself. Yes, it is a full body model. Yeah. It sure is. Alright, we have to have this talk with Melina. Here, I will show off my model real quick while we have this little combo. Oh, my model's locked. Wait a minute. I need to unlock my model. Cool. Yeah. It's a full body model. So I just can kind of stand around, do my own little thing.
Traveler from beyond the fog.
From beyond the fog.
I am Melina.
Melina. You know what? I'm gonna make myself smaller. For once. I don't ever make myself smaller, but we're gonna do it today. Ugh. The lag. And before speedrun any %? Yeah, because now I have to get there before now I have to do this today. I need y'all to realize I now have to do this today if I want to start the DLC when I get back home from vacation. So I am so fucked. Alright, well...
Your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Yeah, so if I wanna finish... If I want to make it to the DLC before... Let's go talk to Ronnie real quick. If I want to be able to make it to the DLC... and so I can do the DLC as soon as I get back home from vacation, I have to do all of this tonight. So we might be here for a little bit. Oh god, I feel like such an idiot. We're just gonna bum rush it, I think, is the play. Oh, is she not here?
I can also
Yeah. Kale. Oh, I never bought any of your notes. Sorry, Kale. Damn.
Goodbye. Night.
Don't I feel like a little bit of a dummy? Oh, right. Talk to Melina, or whatever the fuck. Hey, babes. What's up?
This is life, but now...
You were just dead.
Upon the demigod, if the raid and the elder as an ally pray to face...
Yeah, I gotta talk to my maiden. Usually Ronnie is chilling right here. She's not right now. Oh, my dumb fucking butthole ass. That was the funniest start to this game. Look, I forgot. I was like, oh, I wonder what... I completely forgot. So I beat this entire game on stream. I finished it about 2 months ago. And I literally did nothing but play Elden Ring for about 2 months to beat this game. And then I went, I wonder how much more difficult the New Game Plus is. Let me just open it and take a look. I didn't think I had saved anything, but apparently just making New Game Plus counts as, saving. So, Fuck me, I guess. I'm just gonna come and grab all these real quick. I feel like I played this to death, otherwise I played again. That's super valid, though. I've only played once. Like, all the way through. I have played a couple of other times, but I've never made it past the first boss those other times. This is the first time I'd ever, like, beaten the game completely.
You there? Could you help us out, Cully?
I don't really have time to do all this. So, the answer is no. Alright, so should we just beeline it to Mog? Oh my fucking god! Thank you so much for the follow, Jazz Dad! By the way, I'm so sorry, I forgot to thank you immediately. Welcome to the Dog Pound / possible cult. I hope you have a fantastic day. Just me getting myself jumped. Leveling in excess, I think it's 20 plus or minus. There might be some community pass. Is that how that works? I had no idea that that's how that worked. Last time I played this, I didn't try and help anybody. And I didn't take help from anybody offline. I played the entire game offline the first time around. So... I had no idea that that's how this worked. It's good to know, though. There's also something like weapon level that may have just been Dark Souls 3. Okay.
There is some I've acted. I am no.
Fair. Oof. Well, then we might be fucked. I might not actually be able to... What I heard was that this game... See, what I heard was that this game, re-levels you whenever you go to help. Like, it drops your level down to what it's supposed to be. But maybe that's not correct. Oh, fuck yeah. I can get all the golden seeds again? Dope. Fucking wind wolves. Ugh. Because I looked some stuff up. Up. Take that. And then you're in here.
Everyone is.
So I have to do this for you. So that you'll...
I'm heading to enticed. Well, that, but I don't have. It's scary. I want on nothing but.
We'll do this so that you can... Thank you.
Deserves someone, and it'll be glad you were willing to make me a. It was a. Oh, tell them I love them. I'm fine.
Alright. Because you're important. I mean, not really. I think I've maxed out all of the, Mimic, which is really the only thing I use anymore. Why wouldn't I use the Mimic, though? He's so useful. Alright, we're just gonna beeline it. Oh, God. Sorry, my bad. I always forget about that. Just have a sit. Take a load off. I always forget about the fucking, what are they called? Ballistas? Batistas? Alright, well. Tim, we'll summon Rogier, because why the fuck not? What level am I? Like 257 or something? Oh, 133. 133. I thought I was way higher. My highest leveled weapon is this one, and it's at +10. Bloodhound Fang. It's at +10. Alright. I swear to God, if this guy pushes me off the edge immediately, I'm gonna cry.
Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck. Alright. This dude talks so much shit for looking like leprosy. It's so fucking true. Actually. Oh, shall ye?
Smoldering with thy meager flame. Cower, fear of the night.
I think my favorite is to do bosses and just jump them. Because that's what I did with Mog the first time. So I really don't know how hard Mog is.
It seems
Only because of the fact that I have no idea.
very well. Let my hand.
You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea how Mog's battle actually goes because I jumped him in 5 seconds last time. But it's fine. We'll just bum rush through. And that should do the trick. Hey, you.
I can't remember very well. It is said. Allow you, a house can remember you.
What's the extra rigging going to do? Well, so it's actually a whole new outfit that will make the model look almost completely different. There's like new facial related things. So the horns I have on right now are just attached in VTube Studio. They aren't a part of my actual model. They're actually a piece of my old model that I've added onto this one. Only because of the fact that I will be, I'll be adding them to my next model. So I was like, well, might as well just wear them just because it's fun. But yeah, it's gonna be like a whole new thing. Oh. I don't want to do Coliseum stuff. So it'll be really nice, but it's essentially almost a whole new model. But it's made by the same people, so.
That's allowed your arms. I see you've noticed nothing special. I'm trapped. That's all there is to. Well, no crap. My being a besides.
I kind of want my own model, but a male one for stream. I say absolutely do it. Like, if you're already streaming, you really, like, you're not really losing anything. 112 to 158 is my current summonable range for players summoning you, so Mog's place is recommended for 110, 140. Okay, so, just try not to level up too much, is what I'm hearing. Fuck you, lady, I'm not touching you. Not happening. This is betrayal. I am streaming, not currently, but I do stream. Well, then that's fantastic. As long as you know that, like, you enjoy streaming, I say go for it. Hi, ladies. I don't have any bell bearings, right? And these will all open up the more I do, the more work I do. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so just try my best not to level up. I mean, you level up whenever you do bosses, though. Alright, well, I guess we're just gonna be running around with a shit ton of runes. That's fine. Whatever. We'll make it work. Fucking Caleb. Alright, well then let's just go do all these bosses. I just don't want my face up anymore. Oh, absolutely. That's why I have this. I went from a face streamer to VTuber. Which is exactly why I have this model. So. Alright. Well, you know, it's been a minute since the last time I played this game, but it still feels good. Like, I'm starting to remember what all the buttons are and how everything works, so this is nice. I wear sunglasses when I stream. I feel like that would hinder, like, my ability to stream well. You're definitely doing better than me. Because that would bother me to no end. Oh, you can get down here. And just go around that way. Eh, whatever. Miyazaki put his whole stussy into this one. So true. They aren't dark, but it is annoying. Yeah, that's very fair. What's up?
It's tight. The guards, you'll breach the... Yeah, you're just...
Yeah. You remember the first time I saw that guy and I almost killed him because he scared the fucking bejesus out of me? Anyways. There are birds here. I remember that. Have not forgotten the birds. How long have you been streaming for? 3 years now. I would say 4, but like that first year was very on and off. So I don't really know. Oh, see? Fucking birds. You know they're there, but still take you by surprise a little bit. Third Word, you've been following me for almost my whole streaming career. At least since I became a VTuber. But I've had a very strange stream career. Oh, fucking yeah, these guys. I got fairly popular extremely early on. Which was unexpected. So my streaming career definitely looks a little different than most. There's a guy back there. Hi, Kula! Streamed for around 1 year and 3 months. That's not bad at all. Fucking Kula decides he wants to show up and show out. Ooh. Forgot about y'all. Fuck, I forgot I need the key. Alright. I used to stream with my ex, but after our breakup, I feel like streaming might come to an end. I mean, I don't see why it has to. But, you know, I understand doing something with somebody else and it becoming like a huge part of why you do it and all of that stuff, so. Oop. Stop. I wanted to see if I ever unfollowed and then followed again. Also doing that crash my Fallout. It's what you deserve. There's stuff in there, but it's not enough stuff that, like, I want it that badly. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, shit. Is the key that I need in there? Oh, it might be, actually. Or it's down? I just fucking hate these guys. I don't remember what's in here. I mean, I know the boss that's in there. And I hate them. But I don't remember what else. Y'all remember how long I was in this area for the first time around? Where the fuck is my lantern? Hold on. Where's my lantern? Oh, there it is. Okay. Jesus Christ. If I'm gonna fight this dude, I'd like to at least be able to see. Jesus, I hate this dude. There's the key. Pain in my fucking asshole. I feel like it was at least 2 streams worth. Yeah, I was in here for fucking ever, man. Those guys are so obnoxious. Whoop. Literally cannot stand them. Alright, well. I also feel like I was in the sewers for multiple streams. This is where that guy stabs you in the fucking back. Yes. You fucking dickhead. I remember you. I cannot recall. I don't think there was anything worth getting over here. Yeah, I don't think there was. We're kind of just bum rushing it. The sewers feel like they take forever. But yeah, no, I'm bum rushing it specifically because like I only have today to get to where I need to be, and the only 2 things that are required are Radon and Mog, and I guarantee I can do both of them. Not like that. Radon, yes. Mog, absolutely not. That man's a pedophile. Ugh. Fucking obnoxious ass bitch. Oh, okay. Well, hey, at least I don't have to, like, run. Oh, yeah, there's stuff over there. Contraption does not move. Well. Why even have the contraption, then? Okay. I wish there was a way I could, like, tuck all these souls away so I don't accidentally level myself up. You know what I mean? Because, like, I would love... Oh, would you stop? I would adore being able to level up. Not that I really need it. I cannot recall if there's anything out here that I need. I will admit, that feels so much better than the last time I played this and was like, fuck these guys, they suck! Just go shopping? Yeah, I guess that's true. I could do that. I jumped too far! I jumped too far. I didn't mean to. Give me my runes back. You son of a bitch. them back! Don't laugh at me, chat! I'm trying to get my runes back. Give them back! I didn't mean to jump that high. Okay. You can jump on that rooftop, but I don't know like what that will do for you. Oh, it puts you back out there. I see. Hmm. Something incredible ahead. Try more jumping. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff over there. Okay, I see. That's fine. Whatever. We're not here to explore, gang. We gotta catch up. Oh, see, that's my current issue, is that as much as I would love to explore, I have to catch up to where I need to be. So we don't really have time to explore. We got shit we gotta do, you know, gang? Oh my god! I was unaware of the fact that they could do that. But hey. The more you know, I suppose. Oh my... Have I ever told y'all that these birds are the bane of my fucking existence? Literally cannot stand these fucking birds. Another one up here, isn't there? Could have sworn there was, but maybe I was wrong. I love birds. Not these guys, though. These guys suck. Alright. Yeah, unfortunately for everybody else, I am not here to fuck around. Is that a shortcut? Sure is. How did I not know this was here? The first time around.
Ah, the pleasure's mine. I'm looking when I'm not hot, but enough about me. This place is not exactly a place. I see. You can see it. Well, I'm tired, but on still.
What do you mean, oh?
Would you care to learn as a fellow?
I got a bum rush, Kula. I don't have the time. I accidentally started New Game Plus like a dumbass. Typical Peach moment. Yeah, well, look. I didn't do it on purpose. It just kind of happened. Fog wall there, what the fuck? Allegedly, look. Trust me, I'm annoyed about it. This is not something that would have happened on purpose. Okay, so there's big boy down there. Which, I never fought him last time. But I killed him at the beginning this time. So maybe I should. Maybe I should fight him this time. Alright, there's a big boy in here. Which is a pain in my ass, so we're just gonna... Just gonna take the damage because I can. I couldn't take it before, but I can now, so... Might as well take the damage when you can. Also, this game goes so much faster if you just let yourself take damage. You know what I mean? Oh. Well, down here now. Which was not my intention. I'm excited for the 2-hour review analysis on this game and its lore. Like, I just want to get to the DLC. And I was there. Oh, right. Should I fight you? I don't care to. You want me to be completely honest, so we're just not fucking with it. Alright. I could run through all this. Yeah, I've got enough healing flasks. I can just... Can I sit? Jesus! Christ! Sorry. My bad. Fucking assholes. Sorry. Didn't mean to yell. They just pissed me off a little. Ah! Okay, and this brings me back up to where I was, I think. I'm just getting my bearings again. No, it does not. It brings me up here. Oh, right. Okay, I know where this is. This is where all the pots are. Yeah, and we're just not gonna fuck with the pots, if you want me to be completely honest with you. Because there's really no reason to. Don't fuck with me! I have the power of God and anime on my side. Hi, Muffin Mags. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. I'm gonna give you a shout out in just 1 second because I am the only one that can do that currently. There we go. Oh, yeah, we're also playing Elden Ring. How'd it go for you? I hope it went well. I hope you had a good stream. Also, hi Raiders. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Peach. I am I almost said cottagecore. I haven't been cottagecore in many a year. I am a cyberpunk dog VTuber. I primarily play games like Elden Ring. But I also will kind of play anything that catches my attention. We are currently bum rushing it back to Mog because I am a little dum-dum who completely forgot that I had started a New Game Plus and then done nothing with it. So we're currently trying to bum rush our way back. Ooh. To, where we need to be. So... So this is our current task, is bum rushing our way back to where we need to be to start the DLC. Absolutely dog walked. Yeah, for sure. I've already beat this game, if it's not obvious. Oh, hold on. Let me move Grim real quick. I just realized Grim's kind of just sitting on top of some stuff, so let me move him really quick. Grim! Grim, you gotta move, bud. You can come sit right here, buddy. Good job, though, man. Stream's chugging. What? Is it? It says it's fine for me. But yeah, as you can see, I've already played this game. I just accidentally started New Game Plus, and I am desperately trying to get myself back to where I need to be to play the DLC. Thank you so much for feeding Graham. My original plan was to help people beat Mog, but then I got here, I opened up my game, and I realized very quickly that, oops. New Game Plus. Are you good? What do you got? Okay. Cool. You have a good time stomping that man to the mud, I guess. Oh, are we good? Okay, good. Yeah, so I'm just trying to bum rush it. I'm not gonna do the whole game again, but I'm going on vacation tomorrow, and I won't be home until the day after the DLC comes out. And so I want to make sure that I am where I need to be so that whenever I get back from vacation, I can play the DLC immediately. I don't remember what the difference is between these two paths. But thank you so much for the raid, and if you need to go take a break, go take a rest, go take a load off, go eat, go drink, take your meds, feel free to do whatever, and no harm, no foul. I completely understand. Oh right, I forgot I can't use my weapon in here. Okay. Okay, now I can. Cool. Yeah, so you drop down here. If I recall, there's dudes down there that want me dead. Yeah, but only if you need to. If you want to do any of those things, fuck you. You have to stay here. There's something down here that wants to kill me. I don't recall what it is. Alright. Oh boy. Do you have to do Renala before you do Radon? I feel like I can just go straight to Radon from here. Am I correct? Okay, bet. Then we are gonna do that then. We're just gonna go straight to Radon. Radon's all the way up here in Caelid. Colosseum. Yeah, he's... Oh, the Bestial Sanctum's all the way up there. I do want to go see my boy. So we'll definitely have to make time for that. Yeah, Red Main Castle, there it is. Okay, so we're definitely gonna need to make some time to go see my boy. But let's go deal with Radon first. You need to get to Atlas before you can fight Radon, otherwise a different... Really? I did not know that. Huh. Okay. Well, the more you know. The more you know. I was unaware of that. Thank you. Boss order... Elden Ring. Let me see. So, I should probably just do Renala anyways, then. Because you gotta do Radagon, Renala, Rykard, then Radon. If you've already been... Okay, so we have to trigger the Radon Festival. You have to go into the guy... Went through Redmane. Okay, you can trigger the festival with Alexander. And one piece of the medallion. Festival's on hold until you get Sophira, Celavis, Celine. Or E.G. Touch a site of grace in active Atlas Plateau. Okay. That's what you meant. Got it. Got it. Got it. Or you could do the long quest with Selen to align the stars. Yeah. You have to activate a site of grace in the Atlas Plateau. Talk to Blythe. Or talk to War Counselor E.G. That's fine. Okay, so we could just... activate a site of grace in the Atlas Plateau. We'll just head up to Atlas and just run. And I guess it'd be good to get graces anyways up there because we need to make it up here to have the easy route into Mulg's territory, so... Alright, then we'll just fucking book it, I guess. All the way up. Well, don't mind if I do. You think Radon is a gentle lover? Absolutely not, he bites. But I personally enjoy that, so... Alright, we got steps. Oh! Oh! Oh, fuck me. No! I think he would have been pre-rot. But now, probably not. No, I think he bites. Alright. Try this again. My fucking dumbass. Look, I'm gonna be so real with you. Sometimes these, like, jumps... See? Happened again. Sometimes these jumps are hard as fuck, and I don't know why. But, you know. Yeah, I have to agree with that. I do think his horse is a different situation altogether. Just I can hear him now. Yeah, so we'll just hit. We'll just take the path and we'll hit all the graces on the way up, down, left, right, side, side, front, back, whatever. Let's go. Oh shit, the bears. Sorry. Sorry, gang. I just remembered the bears that are over here. I can hear sound of the heart a beat. Alright. He's horse romantic. Don't say that, please. God. Bears are scarier than 90% of the bosses. You're valid. Thanks. Excuse me, gang. Excuse me, gang. I don't like the bears, man. They stress me the fuck out. Alright. Whee! Can I get to where I need to be? No, we need to be back up. Shit, yeah, I need to go up. And across. Or... I guess we could go through the academy. I'd rather not, though. Frenzied Flame Village is up there. I will admit, it does feel a little strange to play this game and not interact with Blythe at all. I love him so much. We will, however, go hang out with Malekith for a little bit, so... Oh my god? The fuck? Yeah, I think my two biggest fears in this game are fucking, lobsters and bears. Fuck it, guess we're going to Raya Lucaria. Wasn't exactly where I was wanting to go, but... Suppose it's not the worst option. I can hear sound of the heart a beat. Ooh, forgot about you. My bad. I forgot about all of y'all. I don't have the key I need for this? Okay. Where do I get that key? Oh, you get it from the fucking dragon, right. Hmm. I can hear the sound of the hartebeest. Oh, Crone Lady's here. What's up, girl? Well, shit. Go back this way and go up and see. Dragon tales, dragon tales. We're kind of just doing this based off trial and error for sure. We're only an hour in though, and we've already taken out 2 bosses, so that's not the worst. I love those guys. They look so goofy. Anyways, we want to go up. So. Excuse me, wolves. We'll do the best we can with what we got for sure. I remember getting lost in this area all the time the first time I played too, though, so... Crab. Has there always just been a crab there? I've just never noticed. All right, this guy's over here. Fucking forgot about him. And before accidental speedrun. That's kind of what's happening, actually. Mind your business. Alright. Oh. A rabbit. I'm not trying to speedrun it, I promise. I'm just like... I just want to get where I need to be. I don't have the time to waste. You know what I mean? Like, if I want to be able to play the DLC as soon as I get over vacation, I don't really have time to waste. Any bosses or spots you think you'll struggle? Honestly, I think Radon might take me more than 1 try. Not necessarily because he's hard. Just because that first fucking arrow that he shoots, I struggle to dodge for some reason. I don't know why. I'm usually better than that, but for whatever reason, that arrow kicks my ass every time without fail, so... and I'm not doing the fire giant. I refuse. Fuck that guy. That guy takes me for fucking ever. So I'm just not doing him this time around. He's not required, so I'm not touching him. Oh, fuck. arrows. Mind your business. Oh. Oh. Let me sit! Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, these arrows are fucking huge. You won't have help for him? Who? The fire giant? Because if that's what you're asking about, the answer is no. Petricorns are real! God, I wish they were not. Alright, we got big boys down here. And be careful about his little jumpies. Ooh. Like that one. I always forget little man's got jumps. He's got hops. Look at him. Woo! I think these guys are so cute. I know that supposedly you can jump on top of them. I've never tried it though. I don't want to be down. Yeah, I do want to be down. The Black Knife Catacombs. Trying to like see like where I'll be able to get up at. Hi, Gore! I guess there. How was dinner? Shit. Oh, I can just go up this way. Dumbass. Chat's husband. Yeah, Chat's husband went to Father's Day dinner with his dad. And he brought Bunny with him. He's a good dad. I need to go up towards that church. Okay, so here's the hard part. I don't remember how to get up here. Bunny fell asleep at dinner. Aww. Sweet thing. Did she sleep the whole time? Noisy. Okay, so most of it. Aw. I hope your dad at least got to spend some time with her. How do I get up here? I remember struggling with this last time too. Like, I know there's a way. He did, but she got drunk on carbs. Me too, girl. Oh, she's just like me for real, for real. Every paycheck I put $100 in cash sleeve binders and I'll spend on something done. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. Ugh. Alright, big boy. Don't jump. And he's jumping. He's yumping. Stomping and yumping. Oh, there's the path. Okay. I need to be down then. I know there's like a way for me to get down. I just have to find it. It's like way off on the other side though. Hey yo, we yumping? We're trying to yump. I don't know how successful we'll be. I'm doing my goddamn damnedest. It holds 250 cards. That's $25,000. Ooh. Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all then. Alright. Look, I know these are tombstones. I'm calling them penises. Up from penis to penis. Do not let yourself fall. Up from penis to penis. Be careful one and be careful all. How the fuck did that kill me? Sorry. Minor anger issues. I just don't feel like that should have killed me. You panicked? Well, I mean, yeah. All right. Sometimes you yump penises and sometimes they yump back. Truer statement has never been spoken. Truly. Look, I love this fucking game, but also sometimes I want to fucking fight this fucking game. Oh, this is the grace I was already at. I just went backwards and then forwards again. I'm not the brightest. Are my runes all the way up here, or are they like down in the abyssal? Oh, they're down. All right. Oh, they're right there. Okay. How do I two-hand? I fucking forgot again. Gotta eat and read the book club book. Good luck, and I will set fire to the rain, and you can't stop me. I forgot a two-hand. Is it? There it is. Okay, got it. Turns out, didn't forget how to two-hand. I just can't do it on horseback for whatever reason. Alright, I know there's a grace over here. Give it to me. Horses are two-hand phobic? Yeah, it's so fucking true, actually. Alright, let's get the fuck on this path, shall we? That sure is a statue. Anyways. Horseback rider and some dudes. Whatever, man. You know, I gotta give it to him. Oh. Oop. They've got balls trying to hit a bitch on horseback. I can't even lie. Oh, alright. Hey, we're almost there, gang. Melena's like, what the fuck are you doing? Tarnished. What the fuck? Thank you so much for the hydrate. God knows I need it. Are you playing New Game Plus? Yeah, I didn't have a choice. So turns out, you remember when I was like, I'm not sure, I think I did start New Game Plus, and you were like, nah, the last time you saved was before you beat the Elden Lord. Yeah, or the Elden Beast. Yeah, it turns out, not true. Oh shit, I need the fucking statue. I need the thing. I think I have it. Yeah, so when I started, I was already... Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm currently speedrunning. Don't fuck with me! I have the power of God and anime on my side. Oh my goodness, Andy Lee, hello! Let me give you a shout out real quick. How are you? How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, you did it, I did it. You're playing Wizard 101? Ah, jealousy. I want to get back into Wizards. I hope you had fun. Do I still have the items I need, or do I have to get them again? It's looking like I might have to get them again. If so, that is extremely unfortunate. Ugh. Grind a bit of Marley bone. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the raid. If you need to go grab some food or anything, I completely understand and heavily support it. I've just come to the realization that I think the item that I need I don't have. Shit. Hold on, let me look this up real quick. Dectus. Lift. Dectus. Dectus medallion. Shit. Yeah, I have to get the Dectus medallion again, I think. Gotta make dinner in a bit. Oof. Scalloped potatoes sounds so fucking good. You don't even know. Alright, so... I do not have what I need. So I'm gonna have to go get it. Fuck me. It's the box crap, but it's still good. Oh, yeah, I mean, scalloped potatoes are good no matter what. Alright, I have to go get what I can find. Shit. Shit! Alright. Damn it. This is the worst. Okay. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm panicking trying to get to where I need to be today. So, and I'm so mad. No, it's not whatever. I'm pissed. Okay, so I need to get all the way back over here. Okay. We got some shit to do. Gore just brought me food, so I'm just gonna have a little munch. If y'all don't mind. Okay. So where I need to be, right here. Where's my other one? Mog hacked your game and set you to new game plus out of fear. Well, I wouldn't blame him if he did. Do y'all remember the way I fucking churned his ass last time? The hell? How many of these do I have? Anyways, I'm gonna eat while I run. Because Gore just brought me dinner, so. I'm gonna be real, I forgot to order you a burger, so enjoy the rest of my steak, mashed potatoes, and rolls. It's okay. It is a-okay that you forgot. I am honestly very unbothered by it. It's not Mother's Day. If it was Mother's Day, I'd be pissed, but... I'm kidding, I wouldn't be pissed. Alright. We gotta go get those key pieces quick like. So. Off we get, I suppose. Sorry, not to cough in the mic. I'm just fucking crusty that way. Oh boy. This is the worst. Like, don't get me wrong. I fucking adore this game. I just, wasn't in the mental headspace to replay it. I thought for sure, like, oh, I'm gonna open it up. I will have saved earlier, and we'll just sit and do mod for a couple hours, and then that'll be it. I was really so unprepared for this. Hi, your hero. How are you? I saw a bear over here. I don't know where the fuck it went. Frightened. We are having a good stream. Things are going good. I hope you're having a good day. Oh. I've discovered the bear. It's not about the shortcut. I now, if I want to be ready for DLC, I now have to defeat Radon and Mog to get into the DLC. And that's where my problem lies. Is that right now I'm trying to get to Radon, just to knock him out of the way. But he requires so much just to start his stupid fucking festival. And I didn't even realize it. For some reason I thought it was a lot earlier. Yeah. So the two bosses that you are required to defeat to get to the DLC is Radon and Mog. Which is fine. I don't mind doing that. I didn't realize I had started New Game Plus. And so I have quite a bit to catch up on now. Whereas before I just would have been ready. So what the fuck? Well, I've already defeated the first two bosses in the area. So I don't really think, like, I'm making bad time or anything. Ow, fucking rat. Why? I'm stuck. Oh god, I'm stuck. I'm just making, not great, like... Like, I'm not making the worst time ever. But that does not stop it from being a super frustrating experience anyways. Just because I wasn't expecting to have to start over again. You know? So... it's just a little frustrating. Is all. Like, yeah, I'm making good time, but I just wasn't... I'm trying! Shit's hard! Fuck you! No. Absolutely the fuck not. We're not playing these games. I don't have the time for it. Anyways, I need a medallion. Where is it? I need my medallion. Look, your girl got a little bit of mashed taties in her, caught in her throat for a second there. There it is. Alright, there's that medallion. The other one, oh, I have Radon. Bookmark, that's what it is. Okay. Where the fuck is the other one? The other one is in this building right here. Oh, fuck me. It's in this building right here. So what we're gonna do is, I suppose, we'll just go across the bridge here. Take the path back. Think that's a good plan? Maybe? I don't know. Why did I hear mashed titties? It is mashed titties. Alright. Which direction should I be going? This way? No. This way? No. This way? Yes. Ah, fuck me! Alright, whatever. Time to stumble into the worst place on earth. It's Kaylid! Do not jump me. I am on a mission from God. There's a giant somewhere. Oh god, wind wolves. Run. Run faster. Yeah, I know. Excuse me? Look, I'm really not here to bother you guys. I'm just here to get into the worst place on earth. I absolutely can. I just don't want to have this conversation right now. Oh, I probably should go rescue Alexander though, huh? And go talk to Blythe so that I don't have to do the Radon fight by myself completely. Probably good ideas. Alright, well. Let's go beat the fucking tits off Alexander real quick. Hello?
Anyone?
What's up, homeboy?
Oh, I am peace. I thank. Just give me a good and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all, I say.
Give you a nice big smack from the rear. That's what I want. There you go.
Well, I...
Yippee! Yippee!
Once again, I journeyed beyond and upon this. I'd heard doesn't the notion...
Oh, so he talks to you about it.
I've heard...
Well, if he talks to you about it, do you still have to do the map? I don't know, man. Yeah, why is he the only one that gets a booty smack? That's not fair at all. Alright, this guy needs to be in a mental asylum. But instead he's here. So, good luck, bud. Good luck, Charlie, or whatever the fuck. Equal opportunity booty smacks. I'll sign on for that. I see another grace. Father, may I have another grace, please? May I please? Father? Them mashed titties were good. Alright. I love myself some mashed titties. The tibia marina wants me dead. But not as much as everyone out in Caelid. So I'm not afraid. You should also consider beating Renala in case you want to respec for any of the new weapons. Yeah, I had that thought too. I'm going to be honest. I might do Renala, but if I do her, I'm going to do her last, I think. I think I'd rather focus on... Oh, right. I think I'd rather focus on everybody else first. That's, like, necessary. And then go back for Renala. So... I also just kind of want to do her boss fight again. It's fun. So... But yeah, I'll do her again. I'm honestly really excited to do Radon again. I wouldn't be surprised though if Radon is the one that takes me more time to do. Or like the most time to do this time around. Do I need to go talk to, Bunny does need applesauce and puffs, yes. No, not puffs, veggie straws. Veggie straws. 2, 1. Okay, I need to go towards 2. I'm really excited to do Radon again, but do I have to have spoken to Blythe to be able to have his help for the Radon fight, or will he show up as a summon anyways? Like, are the summons the same irregardless of who you've spoken to? Like, that's not gonna make or break it. I just want to know if I should go talk to Blythe, just because it would be nice to have him. I want to say it's irregardless. I don't think you need to. Okay, bet. Because I have not spoken to Blythe or Ronnie this run. And I did try to go talk to Ronnie, but she wasn't there, so. I never talked to him at the tower, and he was still there. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I did just go beat the brakes off Alexander just in case, but... Oh. Ah! Sorry. Holy shit, fuck. Where did you come from? Oh my god. Gang, go on. Back up. Yeah, that's right. Back it up. Fucking dickheads. I did rescue Alexander my first playthrough. I absolutely did. I remember having to hit him out of the thing. Out of the hole. I absolutely did rescue Alexander. Fuck you. Alright. Oh, yeah, I forgot there's a dragon here. I forgot how many dragons there are down here. Hi, big boys. Don't mind me. I'm just trying to get to this castle up here. Real sorry for the inconvenience, everyone. Why are they all just kind of stip stomping? What are all the stippy stomps for? Hey, big girl. You were all taking naps. Love that for us. No. I don't feel like we need to be doing all that. There's no inconvenience, only fun sightseeing time. I would agree, but the inconvenience is being expected to do all this shit all over again. Why do all those dragons have bright red eyes? Oh, right, it's because Mommy Dragon is, like, giving them the good. Forgot about that. Alright. Big old beautiful Mama Dragon. That dragon is a MILF. God, you're so right. I was just thinking that. I hope all those little dragons got her Mother's Day gifts. Oh, hi. Sorry, excuse me. I was trying to turn on my light. Can't see shit in here. Come here, gang. Sorry, I did not realize that that harpy was a harpy. For some strange reason, I thought she was a bat. That's alright. Being poisoned's not the worst. It's a slight inconvenience, but it's not the worst thing that's happened to me. Whee! Up we get. Something down there? Anyways, we're just here for this, so... Very nice. Daedalus medallion. Where the fuck did it go? There it is. Fuck! How do I join them? It's been 2 hours and we are bum rushing the fuck out of this fucking game. So hey gang, if you accidentally start New Game Plus and you need to get to where you need to be to and you need to get to where you need to be to you know, get to the DLC, it takes roughly 2.5 hours. I'm being kind to myself and assuming that's not going to take me half an hour to beat Radon by himself. Alright. So now what you want to do... Oh. That you're in the Atlas Plateau. You want to go for that grace. The first grace you see, you want to hit that with some gusto. Pray to God that the giants behind you don't get you. Oh, wait. Melina, what would you like to say?
The only a little it takes me. I was born her mother, so now the reason.
All right. Fantastic. All right. So we hit that first grace. It's great. Now what we want to do is we want to come back here. We need to run it up. Straight to Radon. That's what we want to do here. Follow the path. Man, they're having a day of it over there. I sure hope I'm making great time. See, it probably would have gone faster if I had, like, prepared for all of this shit, but in my defense, I did not know I was gonna be expected to do all this shit, so... Oop, wrong button. Oh, yeah, hold on. I need to have both hands on the mouse, because I fucking hate these guys. I hate the bugs. So I need to make sure I can outrun them. And then once we make it to where we're good, then I'll chill the fuck out. See, this is why I dislike y'all. Sit, 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 sit. Sit, 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 sit! Die, doggy! We got big old plague dragon. Hi, Nick. It's going good. I accidentally started New Game Plus last time I streamed, so I have to fucking replay the game to get back to where I was. Now is not the time. You ready for the week off stream? Honestly, not really. I'm gonna miss you guys. I already know I'm gonna miss you guys so much. But I am excited to bring Bunny somewhere she's never been before, so I'm gonna say that it's gonna be worth it. But yeah, no, I'm a little bit of an idiot, and I accidentally started New Game Plus. So, here I am, you know, like, trying to catch up. Where the fuck is the Grace over here? I know there is one. Where'd it go? Hi. It might be out here, actually. Any sus conversations? I mean, nothing insane, I don't think. Oh, is the Grace in the shack? I feel like I recall there being a Grace here, and now I can't see it. Or is it because I was getting chased by that fucking dog?
I'd hoped a strapping. Don't fret. Should you
We talked about Redigan being a gentle lover. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is a conversation that we had. All right. Fuck. I have to do this thing again, don't I? Or I have to light all the. All right. I'm doing it. I'm not gonna complain. I'll just do it. It's just a little bit of a pain in the ass, but it's okay. I'll do it. It's down the hill to the left? Okay. Cool. Thank you. I was like, I remember there being one over here. But for whatever reason, I just can't remember where it was at. Anyways, gang, you know I told you it's gonna take me an hour and a half? Or 2.5 hours? That's a lie, because I forgot I have to do all this. Oh, fuck me. There it is. Isn't there a way around? Oh, there might be. I go from the gateway behind the shack and go up to the Church of the Plague and around that way, I guess. Oh wait, I went the wrong fucking direction. Never mind. I don't have to do that. My bad. I went the wrong way. So up here when the road splits. Got it. Okay. Problem solved. And then I gotta deal with this fucking dude. Obnoxious as hell. I love the way the music changes depending on what's currently chasing me. I just went the wrong way. So. Problem solved. I don't actually have to do what I thought I had to do. Oh my god! I fucking hate it here! Caelid sucks! Sorry. I can't stand Caelid, man. It's the fucking worst. Caelid, my beloved. Bullshit. Could you imagine trying to raise a family here? Absolutely not. Radagon, why'd you let her do this to your homeland? Rustle my jammies. Oh, well, I failed that jump. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Is that just Australia? It could be. Gotta use the warp portal. Oh, yeah. Thanks for the reminder. Because Lord knows, I completely forgot about the warp portals. Oh! We're fine. But the real estate is cheap? I mean, yeah, but at what cost?
Bless me.
Swear to God, if this takes me to the wrong place, I'm gonna cry.
Harpy, where have you?
Okay, cool. We're good.
Buried all your children, tell me so I say.
Sorry, I'm gonna take a bite of my steak. Fucking banger. Sorry, every time I hear this theme, it sounds like the fucking Halo theme to me. Oh, thank you for the blessings. It's that. And then you expect the but then you don't get it. breathe! Love of my life. I'm wearing your corpse.
Life.
Don't leave me. Soft and gently. Love of my life. Remain. It's festival time, baby. General.
Demigod of the shattering awaits you. Champions, prepare for battle. Defeat the general. Claim glory.
Claim glory.
Great rune
Alright, let's see how many times it's chased me.
of war. The Radon Festival.
Okay.
Are you good? The festival.
Alright, let's go. Let's
Before
get it.
we begin.
You don't need to
allow
paint me
me
the full picture. I'll get horny.
But now,
Oh, gathering to celebrate.
Hoorah!
divested of his and howling.
Alright, let's go. Why do you have a spin emo, Kula? The smithing stone. It's time to go, gang. I don't think y'all know what the stomp emote's meant to be used for. You guys kind of use it for your own thing. Alright, here's hoping I don't fucking choke on my steak trying to play this fucking thing. Alright, let's see if I can remember how to do this. I'm probably gonna lose the first time around. As I... Yeah. See. Okay. Oh my god. Bro. Stop hitting me with those. For the love of God. Oh. All right, he's up in the air. Get ready to run. Where's he at? Run, gang. All right. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck? Huh? Okay. Bodied that old man. That's fine, I guess. His fight is so much fun, though. I was also kind of tanking those fucking hits. Oh my god. harder. I thought you were stronger. Well, time to go to Mog, I guess. I went up the hill.
What a sick way to fight. The glory of the class. And then a falling. I can't fathom how Radar. He was a living legend.
Well, damn. I feel like I've spent most of this stream just running. Thank you for the hydrate. I just took a bite, but I'll drink for you. Okay. What's the fastest way to Mog? Let's see. Fastest way to Mog. Defeat the first shard bearer, talk to Ina at the round table, go to the Rose Church, talk to the guy. You said you had no bitches, invade 3 times, you don't have to win, you just have to invade. Talk to him again, find the maiden corpse. They give you a medal that'll... Okay. I don't really want to do all that. So... Alright, I'll do Vare then, I guess. I guess I'll do Vare's quest. Let's do Vare's quest line. Do a walkthrough. Church Inhibition, Church Rose. Great, okay. After defeating Godwick, talk to Vare. Go to the Round Table's Fold. And then go back to Vare. Okay, cool. Alright, we're gonna do it this way. I didn't expect it to be so quick. Yeah, neither did I, honestly. Alright, so we're gonna take the fastest route according to Google to get to Mog. And that is doing Vare's questline, which I've never done before, so let's have some fun with it, shall we? Vare's questline requires me to invade others, so that'll be interesting.
Oh, well done. You best I can now for an audience.
Okay. Now we have to go to the round table hold. Let's have some fun. This beat is sick. I'm gonna fuck a girl on my 2 fingers dick.
Only fine. You have it now to become.
Alright, we gotta we need to exhaust her dialogue options.
Queen, a god, but have a grip. America's, but even in
Does my dick have 2 fingers? Yeah, it does.
now, Gobletto.
I want to hit the fingers so bad. Alright, talk to the 2 fingers.
I don't believe I'm known as heed my those who all the more unless you would.
That's cool, I guess. Oh, you're in here. Cool. Hi.
Greeting, my name isn't this around? I never knew, although I'm still looking for. It's all a bit. I'm still looking.
That's fine. Okay. All right. Now we got to go. Where is my map? All right. We need to go to the Rose Church. Do you hear me? Rose Church. Where is it? Yeah, maybe. I I can't quite see. I need the map to be bigger. Alright. Oh, I see. This is the Rose Church. Off we go. Speak to him at the Rose Church. Tell him that the two fingers didn't seem right. He'll give me festering bloody fingers. And you use 3 of them to invade other players. Return to Vare and be anointed as a Knight of Mog. He will give you a piece of white fabric that you must soak with the blood of a maiden. Go to the Church of Inhibition, find the dead maiden, dye the cloth with her blood. Go back to Vare. Follow the button. Offer your finger to Vare. He will cut it off. Damn! Are you planning on grinding any? No, because I'm actually already very close to the level cap that I need to be. And if I cross that level cap, I'm fucked. So no, I'm not planning on grinding any. I have to be, the level cap's at 140, I'm at 133. So once I pass the level cap, I can no longer help anybody beat Mog, which I still want to do today. So, but then after that, yeah, I'll grind a little bit. JFK, is that you? No. It's just Peach. I don't feel like I'm going the right direction. It's because I'm not. Where the fuck am I going? There we go. But I'll probably grind afterwards, yeah. You could still help, it'd just be less likely. It'd just be likely less folks tackling Mog over leveled. True. Well, and most of those people who are over leveled don't need my help, you know? I don't really know what that impression was, by the way. It was just fun. It was just really fun to do. Geronimo Kiddo, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. I promise this isn't a cult. Yet. Maybe soon. I loved it. Well, I'm glad you did, because I might end up doing it again when I have to read more instructions. Bad America. What the fuck is going on in here? Oh. A lot is going on in here. I see. Okay. Hello?
You've had your what?
They didn't seem right.
My doubts.
So you followed me on Twitter and I want to check out your content. You're amazing. Oh, thank you so much.
Fingers cannot be trusted.
I'm rushing through the New Game Plus to get to the DLC right now because I accidentally started New Game Plus like a little dummy. Little dummy dog, so. We're almost there though.
Their guidance skewed. Even worse, the fingers harbor no love for our kind.
We already did everything. We just have to do Mog and then we're good.
Irks the most.
We bum rushed it in two hours. Whee!
Oh,
I've never done this questline before,
fit only for the wise.
but we're doing it now. It's just the fastest way to get where we need to be. Hope I don't drop that knife on me.
A means for circumventing.
Yippee! I'm the best. Aww.
Give it a try, won't you?
Y'all are gay.
May we meet again. I've high
Okay.
hopes for you, my lambkin.
It's crazy. I did not realize that Vare was a Mog worshiper. Alright, so I have to raid 3 people, but it doesn't matter if I win or if I lose. So
Be sure to try that. There's no reason
to make it faster, I'm probably just gonna jump off a cliff. You know what I mean? Oh, he gave me 5 of them. Oh. Am I wearing Malekith's armor? I think I am, actually. Or maybe this is Blood's. I can't really tell. But yeah, so we have to do 3 of these. I might try fighting random strangers. It might be a little fun. The hell? Tomato killer? Oh, I see. Destroy their will to continue playing Elden Ring. Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate and the posture check. I'll just take a sip since I'm just in this room. How are you doing, Berkey? They just seem to be kind of hanging out somewhere. I've never actually been down here, so this is just me being nosy. Why are you a tomato? Because I'm raiding somebody else. I'm trying something new. You know how invading works, more or less? No, I've never done it before. I imagine that that little thing up on the top is the, it just, like, shows, like, where they are. And the goal is to find them, have them kill you, or you kill them. Catching up on One Piece and gave myself a haircut because my hair was getting long and it made me not want to go to the gym. Oh, yeah, no, that's understandable. Well, they're up there and I'm out here. If they enter the boss room for this particular area, you'll get kicked out of the instance. Oh, I mean, that's fine. If you want me to be completely honest with you. Because for this quest to be successful, I don't have to win. I just have to do it, you know? But also it's kind of nice because like the enemies here, like, oh, he's dead. The enemies here don't jump you. Oh, fuck me. Guts? Yeah, get stabbed. I'm sorry, I just got jumped by guts. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I just have to do it 3 times. It's not the end of the world. I figured I was probably gonna get killed every time. But it's funnier that way, so... Sorry, not the guy dressed up like Guts with the berserker sword. There was nothing I could do about that but get jumped. That's funny. I hope I gave that guy a little giggle, made him feel good about himself. Alright, who's next? Let's see. We're gonna crank some tunes. I used to love invading people and just being a little jester. Oh my god, yeah, it's so much fun. I really like... You wanna know what I'm thinking about right now? Specifically, the sound effect that plays with the, stag bosses, the, like, bubble noise. I love it so much. It makes me so happy. I don't know what it is about it, but it's just so good. Alright. Bro. Joy Soy. Why is this where we're at, dude? This place fucking sucks, man. Just hanging out with the fire giant? See, I like to invade people to make them feel good about themselves because I'm not good at this game. And so I hope I'm able to give somebody a little bit of confidence in their own abilities. You know? Snow zone. So true. I suppose I could just like jump off a cliff and just end it. Yeah, it's really nice. That's kind of what I've been enjoying, is just walking around and getting to see the mobs just exist. It's been really nice. Oh. Why? Oh, you're about to do the fire giant, huh? That's fine. I mean, how often do you just get to hang out with these guys? Have a good time doing the fire giant. I'm just gonna trapeze around. You know? Like... Why wouldn't I? Or did you summon someone with the intention of killing me? Oh. I'm starting to think these people are being summoned with the intention of killing me. You know what I mean? Which is a tad bit worrisome. Because, like, you didn't need all that many people. You could have just done it yourself. But honestly, it would kind of be funny to get jumped by like 1,000 people, so maybe. Just keep summoning them. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little humorous. For snaps. Oh. They're getting the shit beat out of them up there. Oh no. They about to run up on you like Luffy and the boys after they got their shit rocked? No, I don't think they're gonna make it. They're not doing well up there. Oh, yep, there goes one. Oh. Hey, buddy. Well. That's unfortunate. Oh, well, here goes the host. I don't think the host is gonna make it. I did it. All I did was run around and talk to all the NPC, all the mobs. Alright, well, one more, I guess. Yeah, we'll take it. I appreciate the hard work, y'all. Oh, damn, that was fast. Oh, Limgrave. Oh. Hey, bud. Not me trying to be nice and this man moonbombing me. Asshole. I was trying to be nice and he moonbombed me. Whatever.
Oh, lamb, I'm glad that you have a... I wish to a knight to serve.
Oh, God.
So, now, for your final trial.
That's true. He did jump with me.
Normally, this ritual would involve killing one's, but since you are maidenless, the blood of...
I'm not maidenless, but okay.
The blood of any...
Alright. I have to go somewhere. Where do I gotta go? Where's my map? Where is my map? I gotta go to the Church of Inhibitions, which is all the way up here. I think. No. Church of Inhibitions. We found it. All right, so you gotta go to the Church of Inhibitions. Okay, chill out. There's a dead maiden sitting on a chair. The tricky process? How is that tricky? Oh. Okay. Right, because I gotta deal with the maiden, or the tower, or the Church of Inhibitions, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, he blitzed my ass. What the fuck? That was so unnecessary. Really? Release your inhibitions. Feel the weight of your skin. No one else. No one else can feel it for you. He's broken. Gang, he's broken. Gang, I broke him. It's okay, because I actually don't need to be here. I need to go to the Grand Lift of Dextus, and I need to go up. Up! Yeah, go to the Dextus. Once there, head from the lift in the north, go off-road to the southeast. You'll find a slope rising up to a higher cliff. Fucking, you'll find my mom stroking off to a higher cliff. Whatever, man. Where? What? My runes? Wait, I'm sorry. What the fuck happened to my runes? Why are they all over there? Do I lose runes when I do... Do you lose runes whenever you do shit, or am I just stupid and lost runes because of something else? Please stop. Yeah, so this is where I need to be. If you lose your invasion, you drop your runes where you died. Oh, well, I've lost all my runes already, so it's whatever. I'll get them back. It's not the end of the world. I can't really level up anyways right now, so... We gotta be careful about that madness, baby. Is there a way to turn off the madness? Cause, there's a church I gotta get to up there. Happy Father's Day to me? Aw, to me? Thank you, Stitched. How are you? Please leave me be. Bike! Buddy, now is not the time. Put on a pot of rice for dinner? Oh, fuck yeah. Ow! Bike! Ugh. Giving me the madness. Rice sounds really yummy, though. Alright. Got the sacred tear. Get her blood. Take a resto. Increase my amount replenished by my flasks. I came here once, but not for anything important. I was just exploring. Damn, all my runes being right there. That's fine. Let's go grab my runes real quick. You never grabbed the tier? All the tiers reset in New Game Plus. Because I've grabbed tiers I haven't grabbed before. Yeah, they do. Because I've grabbed tiers that I've already grabbed before. Alright. Vare, give me access, please. Alright, so far it's taken me about 3 hours. Which honestly isn't that bad. It would have taken me longer if this wasn't a New Game Plus situation and was like a starting over from scratch situation. But 3 hours for New Game Plus is not bad. I wouldn't call it a speed run. Not that fast.
Completed, and with this, a knight who will
Alright. Luminary Moog. Moog!
in the established
Luminary Moog!
noble blood.
What the fuck? Alright. Cut off my finger, I guess. Oh, it was the sun. That's what I was saying. Bro.
Good heavens. Clench your teeth or something.
Bro. Unnecessary.
Never forget that feeling of agony, for it is
Look at him rubbing his little grubby hands like a fly.
all of us. You have the sweetest scream. Oh, another.
Yippee!
Medal granted by the new Mogwin dynasty.
Hi, and Cyan, how are you?
Out of my way to provide.
Oh, Call Me Mental's here too, hi!
Mustn't use the meeting must wait. Luminary Mog yet slumber we must.
He slumbers.
One day, right, my lad?
Alright. The hell'd you give me? My finger. Alright. Luminary Moog. Moog. I'm doing well, yeah. I'm just kind of hanging out. I accidentally restarted my game, so we're booking it from New Game Plus, but it's fine. It's not the end of the world. It's just a little frustrating. God, I cannot wait for them to implement. All right, off we go. So this is the fastest way here. Which I have to agree with, it only took like 30 minutes. If that. So I can't even say I'm really disappointed. Didn't take long at all. And hey, I said I wanted to practice to get good again, to make sure I wasn't rusty. Okay. Sorry, trying to remember my moves. Don't mind me. just want to make sure I wasn't rusty before I started DLC. You know what I mean? Oh, right. All of these guys explode. Forgot about that. Worship the Lord. How are you guys doing, though? Alright, I don't remember which fucking direction was the right direction in here. Alright. Go the opposite direction as those guys. Don't chase me, please. I don't like that. Oh. Yep, don't do all that. Oh. Wait. Okay, yeah, no, this is fine. Yeah, go on. Get out of here. Insert Jeopardy music. You know what? That's so valid, though. Alright. We're gonna jump this guy again. I honestly feel a little bad for how fucking badly I jumped him last time, but maybe if he just got good. It wouldn't have been a problem. I look sick as fuck in this lighting, though. Hey, buddy! You have my man! I've been seeing also that Mr. Man has been glitching lately. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit! What the fuck? He's actually, like, harder than he was last time. What the hell? Huh? What happened? Last time we just jumped his ass. Well then, let's do it again. Alright, he's giving us a challenge. Twas a warm-up. Oh my god. He has wings? fuck? Since when does this man have wings? Does that count? Welcome back, Andy. How's dinner? That didn't count! Okay. Yeah, last time I really did kill him so fast. I had never gotten to see the wings or anything. Okay, now I see why people say that this guy's kind of a pain in the ass. Okay, there we go. That's fine. Did you step into the blood rain? I don't even know what the fuck the blood rain is. I'm gonna be so honest with y'all. You said you step into the blood rain. What the fuck is the blood rain? See, that's what happened last time, was I just jumped that man. Hey, we finished in 3 hours exactly, gang. We got to where we needed to be in 3 hours exactly. All right, 139 is as high up as we're leveling up. Nimmy nighttime! Good night, Nim. It's the AoE that causes bleed to harm things around him. Ah. Still no head. Hello, my love. We'll be together again soon. All right, well then let's drop our mark and let's see if we can help anyone get started. How's that sound? Time for head. So I imagine we just drop it like here? I'm just reading all of these, don't mind me. Ooh, you got pizza rolls? Hell yeah. Yeah, see, last time I killed that man, it was so fucking fast. Oh. Last time I killed that man, it was so fucking fast that I did not know that that's how that worked at all. Because he was never even able to do it the first time I killed him. So... Hmm. Doop doo 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 doo. Let's just go look around. Oh, so you can't, like, walk too far away from it. Is that how that works? Also, hold on. I want to try using this thing. Let's do nearby only. And let's see. Let's see what happens. I'm hot. It is a little toasty. Chat, hang out with me. Let's talk. What's going on? Gore, are you home? Ugh, big stretch. Ugh. Let's have a chat, gang. How's it going? What's poppin'? In a little bit, can you let Merlin out from back here? I'm worried it's getting too hot for him back here. Because I'm starting to sweat. Hey Ma, what's up? Nothing really, just seeing if anybody needs help with Moog. Just kind of hanging out. Merlin, go on. Good boy. Nice job, what, on me finishing that? Alright, let's see here. Let's see here, mate. We're gonna hang out for a little bit. I'm curious to see, do you have to stay nearby? It looks like it. Yeah, every time I walk away, it goes away, so. So it does seem like it. It does seem that way indeed. Sometimes it takes a while. No, I can't go take out Renal. I can't go that far. Unfortunately. So I'm looking for things to talk about. Oh. We're in, gang.
Hey!
Hey!
We're in, gang. Carl Johnson. Damn, y'all are doing the most, but thank you. Yeah, I did accidentally drink, but it's okay. I was trying to jump and I accidentally misclicked. Damn! Oh fuck. Oh, you know what? I'll take that hit. That's fine. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, fuck, I'm out. Shit, good luck, y'all! Thank you. I hydrated. Ah, thank you so much. Y'all got him! Woo! I did my best. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, I kind of just went in bare bones too, but hey. They got it. They had it handled. Alright, let's do another one. That bitch was blasting him with that fucking ray. Arr! Thank you so much for the bark. Alright, I'm going back to Gore. That's not how this works. It lowers my level to the level of whoever it is I'm helping. Gore. That's not how this works. But it's alright. It's alright. I will grind prior to the DLC. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna go defeat Renala and all of that, so I'll have extra stats to go into the DLC with. But I'm just excited to get into the DLC. You know, like... So, I don't know. I'm kind of okay with it. Going in lower level, because then I can level up as I play. And it'll make it, like, more difficult a little bit, so I'll take it. You know? I don't want it to be too easy, because then I'm not gonna have fun. I want to get angry at the game. I want the game to piss me off a little bit, you know? What about the grind cliffs that are opposite of the temple you're in? I think once I move from this place, it automatically gets rid of my summoner thing. I think I have to stand here. While I wait. I don't think I'm allowed to leave, because every time I try and leave, it stops. It goes away, so... Stand here we shall. Or what are you sending me? Oh, yeah, so me. You live for the challenge? I do. I think it'll be fun. You know? I think the challenge is what makes it fun. Also, that last one didn't take nearly as long as I thought it was going to, so I can't even really be, like, upset about it. Oh, for whenever you are looking to grind levels? Yeah, I probably can. I probably will do that. I'll probably do that when I get back home. I'll probably spend the first hour just grinding. And then we'll head into the DLC after that. Oh, big yawn. I have so much packing I have to do. I don't want to do it. But it's the only way I can go on vacation, so... I hate packing. Packing is such a pain in my ass sometimes. Why is packing like so much work? Oh! We're in. Oh. Oh. We have the same weapon. Alright, we better fucking keep up with her. Look, I love to be able to help. It makes me happy. I stand off to the side. I like to let the host, move their own elevators, you know? Damn, y'all buffing up? Damn! How was my last D&D campaign I played in? Oh, that's a good question. It's been a long time, so... You get goodies for helping people? Yeah! Jump his ass! Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him! Uh-oh, run. Homie's got wings! Protect the host! Oh shit. Sorry, host! Oh my god. In my defense, why the fuck did that other guy die so fast? We were supposed to gank him together. That's our job. It looks like Sun Jin Woo's dagger. Who is that? I don't think I know who that is. Alright, let's try and help again. Oh my god. That was a little rough. Solo leveling. Oh, I haven't watched solo leveling or read it. You gotta be more aggressive? I was trying to! I was trying to, but I'm not used to him flying. I don't usually make it that far. I usually kill him before he starts flying. Do you recommend? I might have to do that. Watch your stamina? Yeah. I'm so used to my stamina being what it is now, and not at all what it is whenever it all gets halved, and I'm like, oh, oops. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna take off this stuff, and we're gonna replace it with, boost robustness. Boost physical. Yeah, I've been getting some in fairly easy. We've already done 2. However, I've died both times, though I'm pretty sure that, I'm pretty sure that the first one at least killed him. Now me, I'm not sure about that, but... Yeah, I'm pretty sure the host finished the deed on the first one. The second one, absolutely not. All 3 of us died. It's not a good time. I'm gonna go get more pizza rolls. All right. Yeah, I'm so not used to, the way it halves, and so I just keep thinking about... I just keep thinking, like, oh, I can just fight the way I normally fight. I cannot. It bodies me, and I always forget about that. So, oops. Oops. But we'll see. One of these where I help will win. I'm like 98% sure that the first one I helped won though, so. House of the Dragon is tonight. That'll be super fun. So excited. Is it still going? Okay, yeah, it is. I've got so much that I have to do tonight. Gang, help me make a packing list, please, and thank you. Because Lord knows I need it. Welcome back. Yeah, clothes. So I've already packed all of the clothes for Bunny. All of her clothes, including her swimsuits. She has 2 swimsuits. Her swimsuits and her clothes, her swim diapers, her sunscreen. And I'm like... So now I have to do me and Gore's for 7 days worth of clothes. And what else do I have to do? I have to do like all of our toiletries, which I'll probably do in the morning. So we can all brush our teeth and everything before we leave. We can go get road snacks too. Oh yeah, that's true. So I should probably finish up here soon so that the store doesn't close, huh? Yeah, then I'll do one more, and then I'll finish up after that. It's only 7:30? Yeah, but it's Father's Day. So I have no idea what that's gonna mean for me. And also, yeah, I'm almost at 4 hours and I still have to pack. So I should probably just finish up here soon anyways. I just wanted to get one last stream in before I went out of town. Where are we going? Oh, we're taking Bunny to the beach for the first time. But we're not going to the beach in our state for some reason. We're driving like 5 states over. So we'll be driving for like 12 hours tomorrow. And then another 5 hours the next day. I'm really excited. So I'll be gone from tomorrow till Saturday. So from Monday to Saturday, there will be no streams. I will be out of town. I'll still be active on Twitter and on Discord, so if you need me, reach out. But when I get back on the 23rd, we're hopping immediately back into Elden Ring. And then I'll probably stream something else on that Monday, and then I'll take that Tuesday and Wednesday off just to unpack and get everything resituated back in the house. So, we will see. But I'm really excited. I love the beach. We usually go to the beach every summer, but last year Bunny came home around this time. And so, even though they all went on it, the rest of my family went to the beach, but me and Gore stayed home with Bunny to kind of get used to having her home. And like what that was going to be like. Not in the NICU. So, we didn't get to go last summer. So I was really kind of bummed about it, but it, you know, it was for the best. Beach, 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 beach. Damn. We sitting here for a minute on this one. What's going on Twitter with the Mog tag? Nihil, nihil. Yeah, he does scream Latin at you, doesn't he? Man, everybody's talking about Mog. Because you have to kill him to get to the DLC. Bunny is my youngest, yes. Bunny was born last year. And yeah, she is my youngest. But she spent the first 4 months of her life in the NICU because she was born 4 months early. Which is definitely a bummer. But she is extremely healthy now, so it ended up working out anyways. Interesting. Apparently you can use a glitch to shoot yourself into the Mogwin Palace. And Mog just stands there because it doesn't actually activate his boss fight. That's crazy. I heard some people talking about the fact that, Moog was having some issues. Where he would just freeze. There used to be a way for summons to jump in the ring early and he'd do the same thing. Oh my god, that's crazy. Doop 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 doop. I love everybody just jumping Mog. It's really funny to me. The tombstone's on the right of the entrance. You can parkour up, you go over the wall and just rip them apart. Oh. So good. Ooh, and right after we get back home from being out of town, a new Megan Thee Stallion album drops. So that'll be super fun. Nihil. 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 Oh, yeah, I probably should have gone to go get the Purifying Crystal tier. Oh, well. Damn, we're not getting summoned in here at all. Beaten Moog booty. Beaten Moog booty. We don't like pedophiles. We don't like pedophiles. Beaten Moog booty. Elden Ring, Sekiro, and Bloodborne. I would say Elden Ring, then Sekiro, then Bloodborne. Because then Bloodborne will be easy. Oh shit. Alright, chill it out. Why are we all the way down here? Bucko. You don't want to be down here. Bro, just run through them. Yeah, what the fuck? Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Bro, you cannot summon me and then immediately... Okay, we're doing one more. You cannot summon me and then get jumped. Okay, in my defense, y'all saw me try and hit that guy and then it didn't let me hit him. So I was like, all right, whatever then. And I just kept going because I was like, oh, maybe I'm not allowed to help. This is fucking stupid. We are all flawed in beautiful ways. I've never played Sekiro, but I watched Gore play it, and he seemed like he had a lot of fun, so... Oh my god. What if you had to beat the burial watchdogs to get into the DLC? The way I would immediately kill myself. Sorry, I'm watching somebody else play. It's AIDS? I have no idea. I mean, it was fun to watch. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Come inside, there's joy inside. M-I-C-K-E-Y M-O-U-S-E M-I-C-K-E-Y M-O-U-S-E If I had to beat the final boss, I'd be there. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. I missed the Mouse Catool era. Bunny still watches that, so... I'm completely fine. Mouska hey, Mouska hi, Mouska doer. Bunk, 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 ba-da. Moog, 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 Moog. Moog is a big baby, Moog, Moog, Moog. Wombo combo. Oh. So apparently Radon is a prerequisite for the DLC because his boss fight is almost directly above Mogwin Palace. Almost directly above the cocoon. Huh. Tell me why I saw a thing that was like, Mog might be the worst LGBTQ portrayal. And I was like, he's gay? And then I was like, oh right, he's going for Mikola. I would be more concerned about the fact that he's into brother fucking than the gay part, but... I put on kid tunes for Nim. Aww, does she like them? Sorry, I slid out of frame for a second. Does she like them? Because Bunny is weird. And she only likes shows that have like live action. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse is the only exception to that rule. And it only lasts for like a very small amount of time. It took me over an hour to beat the first boss because the counter was glitched and wouldn't let me get it. Damn! I don't know what to tell you about that one. She likes to dance to the tunes. Aw, she's so cute. God, I have to take a bath tonight and shave my legs. Why do I have to be a woman? I don't want to be. I just want to have hairy legs and coochie. Oh. Yeah, I get tits, but they're like all saggy now that I breastfed a whole child, so. I have tits, but like at what cost? Why? I'm scrolling through the Moog tag and fucking why is Moog have his dick out? Why is he holding a full condom to me? I don't want this. Daddy Moog. Child is the cost. Yeah, like, cool, boobs, whatever. Why the fuck are they saggy? Now that I have had a baby who is fed off me. I'm just looking at the Moog tag on Twitter. I wanted to see if anybody else was also helping, if that's why it was taking so long. And literally one of the first things that pops up, cock out. I'm scared. Father, I'm scared. Match my freak, but the whole time they've got a piss kink. Bitch, no! Yeah, but now I gotta shave my legs and coochie. I don't want to do all that, man. The bummer about having a bikini bottom is that you have to shave the forest so you don't blind a child at the beach. I don't know if they actually come from bras or not. I heard that too, but I don't know how true that is because I don't wear bras, so. Anyways, chat. Let's eat crayons together. I used to get wax, but it's expensive. It's like 75, 85 bucks. And I don't trust myself not to rip my lips off if I do it at home. Grilled cheese, grilled cheese. Yeah. You want the yellow crayons? Oh, you want the piss crayons. Alright, I see how it is. Go back to being a model and get it done for free. I know. But then we'd have to drive all the way out to the city to get it done, and that's fucking ridiculous. I'm just complaining. I just have a lot to do, and it's a little overwhelming sometimes. I had a milk snake bite my milk snake through my shorts. I'm sorry. A milk snake bit my milk snake through my shorts. I'm craving impulsive purchases. I'm craving blood loss. Oh shit. Can you have red? I mean, yeah, sure, I guess. See, this is where you're supposed to summon us. Oh, hi, Curie. You didn't do it last time? It didn't work out? Sorry to hear that. Redemption! There's a German Shepherd puppy and not a snake? Oh, well, you know. I did this a little early. But it's okay. Do it again just to be sure. Alright. I'm just taking the blows for her, honestly. Is my main intention here. Oh. Oh, God. Come get me. Come get me. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Don't let him corner you, babes. Oh. Shit. Sorry, girl, you're fucked. Sorry, girl, you're so fucked. I am so sorry. Alright, I want to do one more. That's fun. I'm having fun with this. I was doing my best. I was doing my best. I really was. But like, she let him drain her and I'm just like, fuck, well then we're done for. We're done for, gang. There's nothing we can do. There's absolutely nothing I could have done. Freaky ass boy, he is 69 god. Freaky ass boy, he's a 69 god. Yeah, 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 run for your life. Yeah, 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 run for your life. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum. Fuck it up, gang. I ain't never represent, baby. And do my wrong, I can be good for you. I know right from wrong, cause I wanna make it so badly. $1 million baby, don't at me. Said baby, could do no wrong, I could clean up good for you. I know right from wrong, cause I wanna make it so badly. $1 million baby, don't at me. Said you sit so damn long, it blows me. No. Oh, oh, oh. Anything between us again. Don't you wanna be friends? Fuck it up. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Twerk. Twerk. Fuck a bitch in the asshole. Fuck it. Fuck a bitch in the asshole. Thank you for pets. Oh god, I'm so small that this is huge on me. And I'm losing my mind. That the city is behind. I ain't never represent, baby. do no wrong, I can clean up good for you. Oh, I know right from wrong, cause I wanna make it so badly. I'm $1 million baby. Don't at me. Say, baby, do no wrong, I can clean up good for you. And I know right from wrong, cause I wanna make it. Cocky want boing boing. Cocky want boing boing. Does your cocky not want boing boing? My cocky wants boing boing. I like women with big old titties. Banana, 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 banana. I like big old titties. I like big old titties. And Moog don't, cause he only likes kitties. Oh god. Oh shit. Okay. I'm gonna play this with my leg up on the desk and we're gonna see how that goes. Hi, you are a big bitch. Hey! Hey! Why you got horns coming out your tits? Oh, is it just us two? Okay. I'm mine. Oh, you gotta be so fucking for real right now. No, we're not going over there. It's not happening. You come over here or nothing. Hey! You come over here or bunk. Hey! Don't chase him. Do not chase him. Do not chase him. Just to watch you throw it in the trash. Oh, we're not following you back there, dumbass. Come here. Can I not help? Jump his ass! If he wants you, let him come down here and get you. I'm not chasing to my demise. Oh, nope. Back up, back up, back up. I'm doing damage. Their internet's just ass. Yeah, I'm doing damage. The internet is just indeed ass. Look, buddy, nobody's stupid enough to follow you all the way over there. Like, it's not happening. Come on, you. Two pedestrians just got caught up in a fight between God and got murdered. Yeah, pretty much. Dumb bitch! Come on! Don't chase him. Don't chase him. Get good. Hi, Treble. How are you? Oh, no. Alright. Hiding behind the NPCs is fucking a shit play. So what'd you miss? I just had to replay the whole game again, essentially, in 3 hours. Nothing crazy. Alright, good. The NPCs are going back. What a fucking dweeb. Guy's a loser. Throw knives at him. Bro has no bitches. This guy's the fucking worst. Oh yeah, good job. Good idea summoning another. Is he just waiting by the elevator? Oh no, the host is down there by herself. No! I didn't mean to jump off the edge. I was trying to jump around the edge. Oh, I meant to jump around the edge and I accidentally jumped over the edge because it didn't go to the side like I wanted it to. Yeah, the host got left behind. Yes, Cliff. I'm gonna give that host a chance to summon me again if they want, and then... That guy fucking sucked. That guy was the fucking worst, actually. What the hell? Anyways, back to the vibe. That guy was the fucking worst. What the hell? You guys have dads? Fuck it up, chat. Do y'all have a dad? I don't have a dad. I have a fat ass though, so it kind of balances out. Ay. Technically I had two, but that's a story for another day. Oh, you know, it is how it is. Ding, bring. Bring, bring. Sometimes I think I want to walk a man like a dog. I think it would make me happy. I have an overnormal ass, but not a full ass. Well, you know, it happens from time to time. Oh, God. That was such a fucking pain in the ass. That guy sucked. Sucked, man. I hated that guy. Like 25% femboy? Y'all are feral. Though you're my chat, so I don't know why I expected anything different. Y'all think I should give Grim a sword? Gore does have a dad. And he's aight. Do. 32%. Damn. We're gonna listen to Ventura Highway because the song's been stuck in my head for days. First date idea. Kill Moog. Though I will say, I'm getting better. Walking down the road. Don't stay here slow. 20% femboy, but my wife is begging me to fix that. Who is your wife? Food and snow. Jump the pedo. Yeah, exactly. First date idea. Kill a pedophile. In the sunshine. In blue sky. I know. Wait, the fucking dragon in the dragon in Ronnie's area, whenever you fight her the second time, she summons a sword? She's so cool. She's so cool. Oh, she's so cool. I want to make out with her with tongue. I'm sorry. I don't need to be this way. Hey, brain. You get that sword if you beat him too? It's a spell? That's sick. Thoughts on Careless Whisper? It's a fun song. I think he's a whiner, but it's a fun song. always the same. Alright, I was gonna let them resummon me if they wanted to, but I think it's about time for me to go and, start getting shit ready for tomorrow. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come run our way up here to Mr. Mold, or Mr. Mikala's cocoon. Take a nice long look at it. Smooch him on the hand. My lord. Mwah. With your big ass hand. Look at that fucking big ass hand. Jesus. I want it in me. I'm kidding, I don't. It is a sizable hand, however. I love the fact that, like, it's all about, like, birth and rebirth. Like, the fact that he's sitting, like, his cocoon is in a massive pelvic bone. Like, that's so fucking cool to me. But as a woman who's given birth, I know just how horrifying it can be, so... Oop, what did I turn off? Alright. So what this means is that I will be gone. So today is the last day y'all will see me for the week. I won't be back till Sunday. Let me get big. There we go. Gotta get big. There we go. Y'all won't see me till Sunday. But we'll jump right back into Elden Ring. It felt good to be back, honestly. I had a really good time with it. I'm gonna miss you guys so much, I think. Like, I hate to be a big baby about it. I know I'm only gonna be gone for like 5 or 6 days. But I'm gonna miss y'all so much, I think. So, I don't know. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm just a big baby is what it is. I'm just a big old babu. But I feel like I'm gonna miss y'all. Yeah, so I'm gonna be uploading VODs, and there will be VODs on the YouTube channel every single day this week, so that you guys won't miss me too much. It's just pretty much a backlog of VODs from the last, like, 2 weeks or so. So if y'all miss me, check out YouTube. You can have me there for a little bit. Give y'all a goodbye song. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me find the song I want to play for y'all. All right. This is your goodbye song. Alright. We're gonna raid Carius. But I will be back Sunday. And I'll miss you. But there will be VODs going up every single day. I'll still be active on Twitter. At least once or twice a day. So I won't be too far if you need me. Alright? I love y'all. I'll see you guys on Sunday. I'm a little sad. I love you guys so much. Mwah. Yeah. Copy that raid message. Get ready to send it. And goodbye.